Much better? Oh yeah, good morning.
He looks all set up over there, so he's around.
Okay. All right, are we showing? All right, we open, we on?
We are. Commissioner Fickus is walking up right now.
Okay.
Rob, where are we?
Thank you. Yes. Glad you brought that up.
It's up to you. He's
Good morning. Welcome to the, Tuesday, August 6, 2024 Tarrant County Commissioners Court meeting. I will now call the meeting to order.
Tim O'Hare, County Judge.
Present.
Roy Charles Brooks, Commissioner Precinct 1.
Present?
Elisa Simmons, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Gary Fickus, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Here.
Manny Ramirez, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Yep.
Constance Aquan.
All right, thank you very much. Today's invocation will be led by Bishop Ryan Reed from the Anglican Diocese in Fort Worth. Please rise for the invocation and pledges of allegiance.
Morning, Bishop.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation to open this meeting in prayer. It's a privilege to live in a country where we can openly pray for our leaders. Let us pray. Gracious and merciful God, we pray for our local leaders today. We pray for our county commissioners, for the mayors of our cities, our city councils, the sheriff, our police chiefs and judges, and all who serve our local communities. Strengthen them with wisdom and grace for the heavy burdens they carry. May they manage their teams and projects with love. Keep their hearts pure and their eyes turned toward your face as they work in the best interest of the people in whom they serve. We also pray today for every household in this county, and especially those in need. We ask you to provide for them and to bless each household that they may be havens of blessing and peace. We pray for the time together here today, and that you would guide the thoughts and the words and the actions of this court. And we lift up all these things in the name of your Son, Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now the Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated. Agenda announcements.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. A couple of quick announcements here. We have 4 items that we are going to be holding until after closed session. Those items are F1, F2, L12, and P1. And court members, we also have 2 items which are being pulled from the consent agenda. Those items are 8A, which is the minutes, and A3 under the administrator section. That's all we have, Judge.
What was that second one?
A3.
And the first one was?
It was 8A, which is the minutes.
8A.
8A. It's, yes, 8A.
Okay. All right, thanks, sir.
Thank you.
All right, do we have any Commissioners' Court announcements?
Yes, sir. I do.
Everybody.
On August the 17th, Precinct 1 will host its 9th annual Healthy Lives Matter Alzheimer's Symposium. This is a place where you can come to get information about the latest in research, the latest in treatment, the latest in services available to families dealing with a loved one going through Alzheimer's and various other kinds of dementia. The event will be held on August 17th at the Trinity River campus of Tarrant County College, starting at 9 o'clock a.m. and lasting until 1 o'clock-ish. Breakfast and lunch are provided, and all sorts of resources that will help make it easier for you to go through the Alzheimer's and dementia journey with your loved one. So come on out. It's free to all.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Judge. I want to take this opportunity to introduce our new Precinct 2 Precinct Administrator, Mr. Gerald Hodges. Gerald has a wide array of experiences. He served in municipal government, specializing in legislative affairs and community engagement. He has enjoyed an 18-year career in law enforcement in a variety of units, and also has experience in education, formerly an assistant principal. He volunteers and serves on boards for a couple of nonprofits. He's a proud father of 4 young adults and a graduate of Texas A&M University. So I'm so glad he's on board, and I'd like to thank, is Jason Thomas here, my Director of Field Operations? He's probably in the office. He has served as interim for a number of months, and so he's been Chief of Staff and Director of Field Operations. So I'd like to thank Jason Thomas for his service as well. Also, we have a town hall coming up. It's called Precinct 2 Road Projects Roundup. And Jason, along with our Director of Transportation Services here, Scott Hall, will be there talking about current infrastructure projects throughout Precinct 2, and we will have representatives from all 6 Precinct 2 cities talking about our partnerships with them and what they're doing in their cities. And we will have TxDOT and North Central Texas COG. That takes place at the Arlington Sub Courthouse, August 22nd from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. And so everybody's invited. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Other commissioners?
Okay, I'm proud to announce that we are going to have 2, not 1, but 2 premier Tarrant County events. We are combining the Tarrant County Judge Tim O'Hare, his senior Synergy Expo, and Commissioner Gary Fickus, our empowering seniors. And you're invited to the 2024 Empowering Seniors Expo. It's a health and lifestyle event for boomers, seniors, and caregivers. In 2023, the expo had more than 2,500 attendees. Join us for workshops, resources, entertainment, food, free parking, health screening, and fun. The location is the Will Rogers, Amon G. Carter exhibit halls. It is on August the 29th. Starts at 8:30 in the morning. It goes till 1:30. It's a free event. And if you need the address, it's 3400 Burnett Tandy Drive. So, come out, have some food, have a good time, especially if you're a senior someone over 55. So,
All right, thank you very much.
And if you are a resident in Precinct 4, a senior in Precinct 4, we have arranged for a private bus to depart from the Saginaw Senior Center that morning at 8 a.m. And they will take you over to Senior Synergy on August 29th. So if you're in Precinct 4, Saginaw Senior Center, we have a bus leaving there to get to Will Rogers.
Yeah, it'll be a great time. Last year we had a lot of fun. We had a live band. Seniors like that, and so it's a lot of good nonprofits and provide a lot of senior services. They're there. They donate money to make this event possible, to make it free for everyone. So it's really neat. If you haven't been, I encourage you to come, and I invite every one of you to come out. Commissioner Brooks, I'm sure you've been there many a time. I'm not sure if you've been there, Commissioner Simmons, but y'all should come out and check it out.
I've been a senior for a long time.
In fact, you just had your birthday. Happy late birthday to you. And today is Commissioner J.D. Johnson's birthday. So let's all wish him a happy birthday by a round of applause. Okay, 2 announcements. One is the Tarrant County Employee Food Drive benefiting the Tarrant Area Food Bank. That is going on right now. Started July 29th. It goes through August 23rd. And you can donate by cash, check, online, or dry goods. I think many of the facilities that we have in the county have boxes and things where you can drop off food. Week 1, which I guess just ended, was Breakfast Boost. Week 2 was Snack Smart. Week 3, Lunch Lifters. Week 4, Dinner Delights. But I'm sure they'll take anything you will bring. No perishables or glass containers, and you can make your check payable to Tarrant Area Food Bank. So that's a great organization. That's where we donated, what was it last year, Ruth? 51,000 eggs when the Rangers won the World Series. Speaking of the World Series, the Rangers will be recognized at the White House on Thursday, and I believe the 3 of us are going to represent Tarrant County and be there at the White House with the Rangers, so that will be a neat event. And the last thing I have, I said this last time, I will not repeat this every meeting because it's extremely long, but until we look at additional rules for speakers, these are the rules that this court followed before the 3 new ones, if you want to still call us that, got here. I'm going to read this out loud. We are in no way, shape, or form attempting to keep anyone from exercising free speech. We want people to participate. We just want people to do so in a respectful, orderly fashion. As the presiding officer of the court, I have the statutory duty to make sure we maintain order and decorum, and I intend to do so. Let me read you the required decorum. As I said last time, if you would like to speak, you have to fill out a form. Part of filling out that form requires you to sign something. If you do not sign it, you will not be permitted to speak. By signing it, you are agreeing to the following. It is the intention of the Tarrant County Commissioners Court to provide open access to the citizens of Tarrant County to address the Commissioners Court and to express themselves on issues of county government. Members of the public are reminded that the Tarrant County Commissioners Court is a constitutional court with both judicial and legislative powers created under Article 5, Section 1 and Section 18 of the Texas Constitution. As a constitutional court, the Tarrant County Commissioners Court also possesses the power to issue a contempt of court citation under Texas Local Government Code 81.023. Accordingly, all members of the public in attendance at any regular, special, or emergency meeting of the Commissioners Court shall conduct themselves with proper respect and decorum in speaking to or addressing the court, in participating in public discussions before the court, and in all actions in the presence of the court. Those members of the public who do not conduct themselves in an orderly and appropriate manner will be ordered to leave the meeting. Refusal to abide by the Commissioners Court's order through its presiding officer or continued disruption of the meeting may result in arrest and prosecution under the laws of the state of Texas. It is not the intention of the Tarrant County Commissioners Court to provide a public forum for the demeaning of any individual or group. Neither is it the intention of the Commissioners Court to allow a member or members of the public to insult the honesty and integrity of the Commissioners Court as a body or any member or members of the court, individually or collectively. Accordingly, profane, insulting, or threatening language directed toward the Commissioners Court or any person in the court's presence, or racial, ethnic, or gender slurs or epithets will not be tolerated. Violation of these rules may result in the following actions: cancellation of a speaker's remaining time, removal from the Commissioners' courtroom, a contempt citation, and such other civil sanctions and criminal charges as may be authorized under the Constitution and the laws of the state of Texas. The county judge, as presiding officer of the Commissioners Court, is responsible for conducting all meetings. Members of the public who have properly completed and submitted an audience participation form must wait to be recognized before they will be allowed to address the court. Those members of the public that have been recognized by the county judge must limit their remarks to no more than 3 minutes. As I stated last time on the 3-minute thing, it's 3 minutes. There's a clock right down here where you can watch the time. There are also, where are the lights? The lights are right there also. It'll tell you when your 3 minutes are up. I'm asking you to respect the 3 minutes. If you do not respect the 3 minutes, I will say at the end of your 3 minutes, if you continue to speak, I will say, thank you, your time is up, or something to that effect. If you continue to speak after that, one of the sheriff's deputies will just take you and escort you out of the room. So I don't want to have to do that. I don't want y'all to have to do that. That's my preference, so that's that. And with that, we will now move to employee recognition. So this month, I think this is the smallest number of folks we've had for 25 years, but before we get to those, I'd like to recognize our 5-year employees. Would you please stand as I call your name as a group so we can recognize you. The 5-year employees, we have Onikachi Ananti, I hope I got that right, Victoria Cabrera, Chanel Carol Caraway, hello, John Crawford, Madison Dorr, Catherine Edwards, Brian Lawshe, Brian Keck, Zenato Mendez Jr., Daisy Ramirez, Santiago Serrato Jr., Alma Vasquez, Jackson Ward, and William Worsham. Thank you all very much for your 5 years of service. Now for our 10-year employees, we have Ryan Cazell, Valika Clayton, Manzali Dawson, Paul Deviney, Scott Hadley, Christopher Hardy, Bridget Kennedy, Shay Parker, Kimberly Perkins, Shelby Pedraza, Shay Stroik, and Judy Terrazas. Thank you all very much. We appreciate all of you. Now for our 15-year employees, Colton Douglas, Bershana Hill, Carmen Hernandez, Casey White, and Tracy Williams. All right, thank you very much. We appreciate you. All right, now for our 20-year employees. William Allen in IT, Ricky Dominguez with the Sheriff's Office, Kristen Harmonson with the Tax Office, Anna Salazar with Facilities Management, and Joseph Savaric from the Sheriff's Office. So thank you all very much. Now, do we have a 30-year employee that is being recognized today?
Not with us.
Okay, all right. I guess we've moved that to another month. All right, now for our 25-year employees. I'm going to ask each of you, if you are present with us today, to stand as I call your name individually. Rachel Byrne. Hello, how are you? Good. So Rachel's been with us 25 years, and what she likes the most about the county is having a county retirement pension plan. She is a financial auditor, which she would. And how's that plan working? Is it doing well? Okay, good. We thank you very much, Rachel, for your 25 years of service, and we wish many more. Thank you. All right, next we have Deanne Kahn. Is Miss Kahn with us? Okay, she's not with us today. She is a senior application support administrator. Born in Fort Worth, graduated from Everman High School, got a bachelor's degree from Columbia College, and she has 3 kids, all over 21. She said her wonderful team, data transformation and integration, helped her remember why she has stayed so long at the county, talking about the people she's worked with over the years, the projects she's been involved in, and co-workers across the county that her and her co-workers have helped over the years, brought back many special memories. She married into a civil service family. Her husband's great aunt, Joyce Inslee, worked for Tarrant County for over 30 years, starting in one of the JP offices and retiring from the auditor's office. Her mother-in-law, Paula Kahn, worked for the county clerk for 14 years before retiring. And her husband, Bob Kahn, started in the IT department in 1995, retiring in 2022. She likes to do creative projects, sewing, embroidery, painting, upcycling, antiquing with family, and vacationing with family. She has been an enterprise content and an analyst manager, a support specialist, and a computer tech. And her most memorable moments, she has several. One is just making so many friends along the way. Another is replacing 150 DA computers in 1 week, and that was quite a challenge, and moving public health computer systems, 203 of them, to a new building with users retaining their monitors, keyboards, and mice, and having all systems functional, and many, many potluck meals for holidays throughout the year. So I hope you're listening. We appreciate you, Deanne, and thank you very much for your 25 years of service. Next, we have Julia Murphy. Julia Murphy is an accounting specialist, and she was born in Brady, Texas. Went to Aledo High School, went to college at UT Arlington, has 1 son. She likes to spend time with family and friends. She's had multiple job titles with the county in the sheriff's department: jailer, mail clerk, inmate trust deputy, sheriff's receptionist.
What am I doing?
Most memorable moment was Y2K, and they were all prepared for chaos, and then at 12:01 a.m. it was just another day. We all remember that one.
Oh, yes.
And what she likes the most is the people that she has had the privilege to work with and can call family. So Julia, thank you very much for your 25 years. We appreciate you. All right, next we have DeCarla Ori. DeCarla, are you here? Hello there. Thank you for your 25 years. She is a detention officer, born in Fort Worth, went to Trimble Tech High School, went to Jarvis Christian University, has 2 kids, 1 son and 1 daughter. She is a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. What is that yours? That's the name of yours? Yeah. And what she likes to do for fun is dance. She has agreed to come forward and give us her most. No, she didn't do that. So other job titles she has had with the county: detention officer. Her most memorable moment. You know, this is the first person who wrote this, and I don't know how this is not every, especially woman's one. Her most memorable moment, childbirth. That's right. And what she likes the most, her peace of mind. DeCarla, thank you so much for your 25 years. We appreciate you. Okay. I think the only other 25-year employee we have, we did not get anything back from her, Maria Guadian in public health. Are you here, Maria, by any chance? Well, we thank you for your 25 years of service. We appreciate all you do for the public in public health, and we wish you well. Let's give her a round of applause. Okay, I will make a motion that we receive and file the employee recognition.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your vote. I published a little early. Okay, all right, that's unanimous. And now all of you that are here, you may leave if you choose to go to a reception in your honor where there's snacks and goodies and all that kind of stuff. And where is that, Mr. Merritt?
I think we're on the 4th floor today,
On the
sir.
4th floor. So thank you very much for all of you who are here. We appreciate you again. Thank you very much.
Boy Scout troop here?
That's interesting. They don't look like they've been here 25 years.
Maybe they just stopped in to see Corey.
See a little bit of They missed that part. All right. All right, now we move to our consent agenda as amended. Do we have a motion for our consent agenda as amended?
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the consent agenda as amended. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously, which now brings us, I believe, to 8A, which is the minutes. We do have a speaker. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes as presented?
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve those minutes. Any discussion before the speaker? All right, seeing none, Geraldine Jackie Cox wants to speak on the minutes. Ms. Cox?
Ms. Cox.
So, Ms. Cox, I will just remind you, you are only permitted at this point to speak on the minutes, not on the whys or yeses or nos on something. You can
Yes,
do that
here's-
in
here's
general.
what I wanted to say.
One moment. You can do that in general comments, but for this purpose, you can only speak on the minutes.
I may not speak on a matter on the agenda?
You can only speak on the minutes. If
Well,
you
that's
wish to
okay.
speak on
All right.
an agenda, hang on, it's not both of us going
Okay,
at the
well,
same time.
it's within the minutes.
Okay, that's not an agenda item where you can properly talk about a topic. So you can speak on the minutes, or you can speak on that topic in public comments.
Let's see, you may interrupt me, but what the minutes will have is an agenda item on use of public facilities. And I think it's going to bar use of courthouse
You
steps.
can say that during public comments if you would choose to. Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second on the minutes. Any discussion on the minutes? All right, please cast your vote. All right, the minutes pass unanimously, which now brings us to item A1, which is to discuss the possible approval of a construction manager at-risk agreement between JPS and Austin Commercial related to the new JPS Main Hospital and Pavilion North expansion.
That's right, correct. So, court members, we're requesting approval of the construction manager at risk agreement, as the judge just noted, between JPS and Austin Commercial. We do have representatives from JPS and Broadus and Associates if there are any questions with regards to this item.
All right, commissioners, questions or comments?
I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion?
I have comments and questions. Okay, so who is somebody coming up from? Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay. So as I have expressed to the executive team at JPS, I have a problem that there was only one proposer or one bidder on a project of this magnitude. Can you confirm that total contract value Is it 673 million?
So, ma'am, right now, with regard to the program budget and the contract value associated with the proposal of Austin Commercial, we've not approved that. So, right now, I'm not able to speak to the exact dollar amount.
Well, I can because it's in the bid package. I mean,
Correct.
so it's 673
Yes, ma'am.
million. Okay. That's for both the main hospital and the Pavilion North expansion, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So I need to understand in a major metropolitan area with behemoth construction firms located here or even headquartered here, how you guys ended up with one response to a $750 million project.
Yes, ma'am. So first, let me introduce myself. I'm Cameron Gertzma. I'm the newest member to the Broadus Associates, Broadus Levis team in support of JPS and the bond program for Tarrant County Hospital program. With regard to the contract and that being released, and as that moved forward, I want to call up Ms. Daphne Walker here in a minute to speak to that, since she's lead counsel for JPS and still under charge associated with delivery of that contract on behalf of JPS and Tarrant County. What we're looking at when we talk about companies across Texas, healthcare is booming. Those companies that are capable to execute projects of this magnitude, their capacity is exacerbated, as well as just bonding capacity and insurance, and so they're stretched. And so they are looking at location, pricing associated with materials, manpower, the economy. As a result of that, they're assessing risk. I can't speak to an individual company as to why they did or did not bid. What we do have is one company that I'm very confident is capable of executing this project on behalf of Tarrant County and JPS Hospital. And so they were the ones that bid. They were within that acceptable range associated with pricing, and they have a past experience of performance where I'm very confident that they're capable of doing this successfully.
I'm confident that Austin could do it too, but I'm confident that lots of other firms could do it.
Yes, ma'am.
How long was the process?
If you will permit me, I'd like to call up Ms. Daphne Walker so she
Yes,
can speak
sir.
to that since I'm new, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Thank you. Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you, Cameron.
Good morning.
Good morning, Daphne.
So as I understand it, the proposal was left open for about 6 weeks. And during that period of time, we did our typical outreach for all vendors that are registered in our system that could potentially do this work to make sure that they were aware that the solicitation was going to be published. There was also an opportunity for vendors to receive a presentation about the work that was being solicited, and then there was an open period of time for vendors to submit questions around the RFP so that we could respond to those as well.
Okay, how the solicitations
Excuse
go
me,
out?
could I
Oh, yes, sir.
interrupt just a second and add to what Ms. Walker just said? The process itself, the bid process, was 6 weeks. However, the run-up to the bid process was something like 2 years. It was well known within the contracting community for that 2-year period of time that this was coming. And there was, to one degree or another, excitement about the fact that this project was coming out for bids. None of us can say for certain why there was only one bidder. However, grown folks make grown folks choices. And the company that chose to bid is one that we know well. We've done business with them in the past. They have built things for not only JPS, but for Tarrant County government itself. We've got confidence in them, and it is what it is at this point. Excuse me.
I disagree. Your procurement department is asking us to make a decision with little evidence that you really evaluated the market. Somebody didn't do their due diligence. I mean, I can't turn a blind eye to that as a fiduciary sitting in this seat. That is giving or gifting one firm a job that is going to go over $1 billion after you've completed change orders. And I'm not interested in playing with taxpayer dollars like monopoly money. We need to get enough competition. This is Dallas-Fort Worth. This is Tarrant and Dallas County. We need to get enough competition to ensure the citizens of this county that we got the best value. And you can't do that without competition. And you as the owner have the choice to select or reject all bids. This needs to go back out on the streets, and we need competition. I guarantee you, because I know you've had a change in construction leadership, I guarantee you, since that individual is gone, you will get bids. You cannot expect me to just gift a company. If you go to our purchasing agenda, we get multiple bids for something that's $50,000 or $10,000. So handing this to Austin, and they can do it. They can do the job. How did the bid solicitations go out? I mean, there's some breakdown in your process.
We followed our typical processes. There was direct outreach to over 788 vendors. We have been running a process for all of our projects that are bond related.
Was it through Building Corps, Building Connected, or Procore? Is that how the bids went out?
We use our vendor portal, and we publish those on our website, and we also submit those through the typical system for contacting vendors who might have registered and have job codes that or vendor codes that would be interested and capable of doing this type of work. We have run the same process for all of our bond-related projects, and we have received multiple respondents on several of the projects. We ourselves questioned very diligently the rationale for why we might have received one respondent for this, and we also made sure that they were absolutely qualified to do the work. We presented that information to our board, and our board did approve that. I can have the team come up and speak to the impact of discarding this particular vendor and going back out, because it would be significant from a financial perspective.
And how many firms downloaded the plans? Do you know how many firms even looked at bidding on the project?
I can't answer that question specifically, but I do know that there were several firms that attended the educational session pre-closing.
And so is anybody on the JPS board, staff, determined how you ended up with one bid? This is crazy to me. for $673 million. So I'd like to hear what the process would be or what it would take if this went back out on the streets.
I would like to hear that also. Before we do that, do you know why you only got one bid?
We honestly, other than the information that we've shared about all of the attempts to make sure that we had broad interest, we wouldn't be able to say why one, other than the market saturation that our broadest team member talked about. I do think that they probably could share more what they learned from vendors.
Yes, sir.
Is this the bringing the team up to explain how long the process will take? Is that what this is?
Talk about the market saturation and why others may have not been in position to bid on this particular project.
I did, but the only
mentioned
thing
that.
I would offer is that if we do, if you permit me, Judge, ma'am, is that if we do move back, if we move forward and go back out for solicitation, we lose the opportunity for time. We lose the opportunity. There will be associated schedule risks. We do have contractors on board in an overall program, so that complicates potential delays. Upwards of probably about 9 months delay if we do go back out, relative to the fact that how long it took to get through this process of where we are today to get to this, Austin commercial.
Explain why it would take 9 months.
9 months.
Well, so at some point, there's a minimum requirement by which we have to go out and notify resolicitation. Then there's a period by which those people will have to make a determination whether they're going to self-perform, who they're going to partner with, or who they're going to joint venture with. There's legal issues associated with that. Looking at that time to garner that interest typically would then, we'd have to take that into consideration. I can't speak specifically to the JPS contracting timelines, so I'm speaking holistically about what I've seen with contracting in the past, Judge.
Okay, are there people here that can answer that question directly? Is that what you're referring to when you said
Sure.
our team?
Based on what would be required from an approval process, we're looking at a minimum of 4 to 5 month delay because we have to reinstitute the solicitation process. Then we would get respondents. If we receive multiple respondents, the process is that they then have to be presented to our board, then they have to present here at this court, and then we have to ensue with the contract negotiations beyond that. So it is a minimum of 4 to 5 months process, and that depends on other factors that might be added onto that.
At what cost can you estimate?
I mean, so we're looking somewhere between the cost of about $25 to $30 million, rough estimate right now,
Okay.
if we were to go back out with that.
So you're Broadus, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Broadus Levis.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
What was Broadus's role and responsibility in ensuring that this did not occur? So once you got one proposer, did you not say maybe we need to extend, maybe we need to what?
Well, Broadus doesn't have that authority.
They're the project.
that's- Yeah, but they can't make JPS say we're going to extend it.
Well, you're the owner's rep, right?
I can say jointly that there was at least a 2-week extension beyond the original solicitation deadline, and that typically would be in conversation with the program manager and a joint decision between them and JPS to extend that.
To me, this is a blemish or really a black eye on procurement. I believe that $673 million is worth putting back out. You bring me an auditor that would be okay with sole sourcing a $673 million deal.
Was
That's
there any
essentially
way,
what it
I'm
is.
sorry, was there any way for Austin to have known no one else was turning in a bid, other than industry talk?
That's correct, sir. No way. They should have known. And then, and they would have proposed a price for said contract based on potential competition. They don't know who else is going to bid. They know that it's gone out to large entities. So their price and what they proposed and what JPS moved forward with was very consistent with comfortability on approving that, moving forward with the request for approval.
Has JPS put stuff back out on the streets for rebid before?
I'm sure that that may have happened at some point if we felt like we did not have a qualified respondent.
On this project, didn't you go back out on the MOB?
I can't recall off the top of my head, but as I mentioned, if we don't feel like we have a qualified respondent, we definitely would rebid.
What was that last part?
If we feel like we don't have a qualified respondent, we definitely would rebid. Or if we are comfortable that we're getting best value, we would rebid.
Well, I don't think we have an option, or I don't think I have an option to see what the market bears, because your owner's rep, didn't say, we only have one bid. Almost $1 billion. This will go over $1 billion. I'm sure of it. I'm not going to vote for this. I think it would be fiscally irresponsible of me as an elected official representing the taxpayers. I think it needs to go back on the street, and for whatever the reason you received one submission, it just does not justify giving away $750 million to one company. I mean, on a $750 million job. I know that's not their fee.
So I have one other question. I'm not trying to pin you two against each other. You mentioned it might take 9 months to do it. You said it might take 4 or 5 months. Is it fair to say that these are both guesses from you, as educated as they may be?
I would say that, because I gave the low end, like if everything went perfectly and we were able to do our typical process, it would be a 4 to 5 month process.
So,
He added in, what typically happens is that there's
Okay.
shifting and things, and so it could take longer.
go ahead.
No.
So Judge, the other piece to that is the program itself. So the hospital, the longer we delay relative to putting the project in the program, aligned with the schedule to where it was designed to be, going back out will delay that for the start of the design, moving forward with the construction. Bringing on this contractor is important from the standpoint that we have the architectural engineering firms on board right now. The ability of the contract management at risk program associated with the general contractor is such that they can partner early in the process to reduce costs and find ways and methods to actually execute the project in a timely manner. Thank you.
Okay.
How delayed is the project already? Isn't it about 3, 4, 5? How delayed is this project? It's not on schedule, that's for sure.
So right now, the schedule, the contract, or the program, excuse me, is not on schedule. We're in the process of reviewing that because the big piece is the hospital, and that's really the portion that will control the actual program finality, if you will.
How delayed is it? By how many years?
I would speculate right now we're under a year. I'm so new, ma'am, I don't have an actual estimate on that right now. Other than I know what we're supposed to have it. We're supposed to have the project executed by a certain date. It was, I think, in the beginning of 2030. It completes in the end of 2029. When we look at bringing on this contractor and we look at our ability to design and complete that hospital, then I'll be able to emphatically put that date out there. My concern right now is by answering that question, I can only hold to the date that's been published.
Okay. Commissioner Fickus, you had something?
Yeah, I did.
Question I can't answer.
I personally think it would be disingenuous and totally inappropriate to not accept your bid. I know what you've gone through, and it's a long process. It doesn't happen in 30 days, 60 days. if you put this back out on the street, number one, you've got bids that have been submitted from two different companies, evidently. And I just think it'd be irresponsible to do anything other than accept it and let's move forward and get the building built.
I agree with Commissioner Fickus that we have an obligation to the process to go forward. This company bid in good faith. They exposed their numbers to the public. Who's to say that if we go out for a rebid of this project, we might lose them and end up with nobody bidding on this project? We've got Austin on the hook. They're willing and able to go forward. There's somebody that we know, we have confidence in their ability to execute this project. To delay is to incur tremendous additional costs. Time is money. We need to do this and move on down the road.
So to me, what's irresponsible, and I think we got the email in April. I'm not sure when the process was over, when it ended, but in April, at the very least, you guys knew that you had one proposer, and you didn't do anything about it. If y'all are not going out into the marketplace when you notice those things, encouraging firms, to bid and put teams together, then, what's brought us for if you're not doing that? And if you guys can't find new bidders in Tarrant County or Dallas County, then you go outside the market. This is a huge project, and on the hook, the county's on the hook, or the hospital district's on the hook, because Austin named its price. I mean, they told us how much. Do we know it's a competitive price? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So, and $28 million, that's unfortunate, but when you have staff and consultants and board members who all of you all look and see there's one damn bid and nobody thinks this is not right, this is horrible. And I'm concerned about subs. I think this sets the tone for the prime to say, hey, I'll just get one bid from a concrete guy, or I'll get one bid from a steel company. I mean, this sets the tone. How do I know that everything else will be competitively bid? And I'm not confident of that, because all of you didn't see fit to say this is problematic, and give away money on this is going to be 1.5 billion.
And we did respond, when we understood that we only had one bid, and so there was a lot of attention paid to that and a lot of additional diligence done. I can also say that with respect to contract negotiations, we held firm to the business deal that was going to be in the best interest of JPS. So I don't think we have anything else to add in terms of why there was only one bidder, but we definitely did focus on it and tried to understand that.
How many bids did you get from architects?
They don't bid.
Ma'am, in regards to what context, I'm sorry?
On
They
these
don't
two
bid.
projects, the towers?
They're already under contract right now. So
Okay.
we don't, there was no bidding involved.
Okay, I
in
thought
it.
I saw on the cover sheet of the proposal, Beck Architecture and somebody else.
Correct, Hoffer Welker, there are
Yes.
two architectural engineering firms on the project already, working for JPS, ma'am.
Got it. And they didn't bid?
No, ma'am.
Commissioners, okay. All right, thank you.
All right, so I think that we'll take our vote here in a second. I think the message I would like to deliver to JPS is when you have a problem and you know it's a problem, don't sweep it under the rug. Go deal with it and not push it off and push it off and push it off like exactly what happened. All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, it passes 4-1. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Next up, we have out-of-state travel requests. Do we have a motion to approve those?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second,
All right, any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Then that brings us to A3 from consent, which is to consider approval of an amendment and resolution of the City of Fort Worth TIF Reinvestment Zone Participation Agreement regarding Veal Ranch.
Yes, sir. This is just an amendment to the tax year. It was incorrectly listed in the agreement as 2023. It should be tax year 2024.
Okay, I'll move to approve. Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, we do have a speaker. Speaker on this is Geraldine Jonathan Cox.
Thank you. Once again, my concern is with how you spend your money and allocate your money. This is to put $160-some million, big chunk of money, over 30 years, but it sucks up our bonding capacity. And what will we do with it? Well, we'll help the rich buy new houses in a fancy new neighborhood for maybe less money than they would have had to pay if we weren't helping them. And we do it on the excuse that we're going to make our tax base bigger. What we will also do is give away money that we could have given to the hospital district for taking care of people, or money that we could have put into our water system, because you may have noticed that we are losing water all the time because Fort Worth water lines are corrupt, corroded, and old. We have many infrastructure projects that need to be addressed. Traffic, Mr. Fickies, to your precinct is horrible. Yours also. And Mr. Brooks, on Cranberry Road, the potholes are getting big enough to swallow the 18-wheelers, sir. We need to fix our roads. We don't need to be building new roads for developers through the middle of Tier 16. I am very not happy with the fact that we are wasting important resources on the rich. What for? Please vote no on this.
All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Brings us to item C1, Budget and Risk Management. Helen, you did not remove any of these items for this morning. These are all still there, the ones that were published with the regular agenda?
That's correct.
Okay.
So we're seeking approval of moving money from undesignated to the various departments to cover costs.
Move approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve this item. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Thank you, Helen. So next up, F1 and F2. Those are both held until after closed on a briefing. But if you would like to come up and speak now, you're welcome to do so. We have Nan Terry on this item?
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. I want to ask you a couple of questions. How many times have you voted for similar contracts like this in your tenure here? I'm not against the contracts, but I'd like to ask each of you, what have you done to prevent another Anthony Johnson's death that requires such contracts? We can't prevent people from suing Tarrant County, but we ought to be able to change our policies to prevent another death like Anthony Johnson's. Anthony Johnson's death was a tragedy. When all is said and done, what have you done to prevent the next one? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we are holding F1 and F2 until after executive session. If we take action at all, it would be after executive, which brings us to I2, which is to discuss the annual Tarrant County employee picnic at the Rangers game, not Six Flags.
Okay.
Good morning. So let me first say,
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I have one.
It's I1. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Why don't I have I1 on there?
Well, that's it. That's the item you're on. It's just I-1.
Oh, we called it 2. Yeah. Okay. All right. I1. My apologies.
No worries. So let me first say I'm a little bit disappointed that my 21-year-old does not want to hang out with me at Six Flags anymore, but that's okay. We move on. So we're really excited to talk to the court and our audience members about an opportunity for us to go out and celebrate our employees at Globe Life Field later this year. Specifically September 1st is the day that we've identified as a possible date. As the judge mentioned, this would be our annual employee picnic, which has been held at Six Flags for 20 plus years. And so we'd like the court to entertain moving the venue so that we can all hang out and enjoy a game with the Texas Rangers. So as explained in your court communique, we do have options available for employees. There's a $50 ticket that would cover park attendance and all-you-can-eat meal, as well as seating. That fee or that ticket price, of course, would be before applicable taxes and fees. Historically, when we've held our event out at Six Flags, the county has subsidized the cost of tickets, more recently at $17.45 per ticket. And actually, the county has applied that subsidy since 2016. And we've had picnics again every year with the exception of 2020, which of course was the year of COVID. So attached to your court communique, I gave you a couple of options to consider. Option 1 would be an example, or would show you the cost share if an employee brought themselves to the picnic, of course, with 3 family members. And by the way, tickets are only available for employees and family members. So option 1 shows you the cost share if the county applies the $17.45 subsidy to each ticket. Option 2 shows you what the cost share would be if the county covered the cost of each employee's tickets, and then of course the employee would pick up the cost of their dependent tickets. So we're excited. I'm excited. My husband and I will be there. The court says we can be there. So what we're asking the court today is to approve the venue and date, and then also decide on cost share. And one more thing, I do have approximately, and Helen is gone, she was going to correct me if I was mistaken, I have in my budget, budgeted for the picnic about $70,000.
Does anybody have any strong feelings either way?
I would like to suggest that we adopt option 1 and raise the subsidy from $17.34 or whatever she said,
45.
35 cents to $20 per ticket.
I like option 2 only because there's no guarantee that anyone will bring a family member or significant other, and so subsidizing the whole cost of the ticket, maybe employees go together after work to watch the game, but if somebody, it's a constant and it's a known cost, so if we want to say subsidize the whole number 1 and then maybe a percentage off of family members, but I'm in favor, I think that we'll get greater participation if we subsidize the whole thing.
At first, I liked 2, then I went with 1. Either way.
I'm willing to try a motion.
I'm in favor of the Rangers game as the place. You guys go figure it out. So,
I'd like to move that we adopt option 1 with a $20 subsidy per ticket.
Second.
makes it a lot easier, doesn't it? All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that? All right, please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Glenn.
It's a day-
Okay.
It's a day game, isn't it?
Is that a day game? I don't even know what day it is.
Be nice and hot.
1:35 on what day?
Sunday, September 1st.
Okay, good. Better not have told me Friday. All right, so purchasing, we are now to purchasing. And I have some questions on them, so I may not do my usual routine. So purchasing item 1, anybody have any questions on that, or do we have a motion?
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve item 1. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Item 2, RFP Professional Services for Cisco. Do we have a motion on that?
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on item 2? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. All right, item 3, this is the one I have some questions on. The Financial Advisory Services County Administrator's Office Hilltop Securities. We did an RFP.
Yes.
We got multiple bids back,
Yes, we did a
Okay.
request for qualifications.
and y'all are recommending this one. So I have 2 questions. The first one is, why a 5-year term? And what are the options to get out on the 5-year term? So can anybody answer why 5 years?
Judge, I think historically, in all of the contracts, it's been 5 years. We can negotiate that. So this will allow us to begin negotiations with Hilltop. The contract itself, this is not the contract. So we could change that.
Okay.
And to get out of it, it would be just a written notice.
And so just a written notice of what, 30 days?
Termination, 30-day
Okay,
termination.
all right. If we approve this now, all it is we're approving you to go negotiate with this vendor,
Yes.
and there's no terms we're voting on today.
Yes, sir.
So it could be 5 years, it could be 2 years, it could be this or that, you could negotiate fees and everything else.
Correct.
Okay. So the only thing we're locking in is, yes, you can go start negotiating with Hilltop.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I have some questions. So thanks for stopping by the office to talk to me about this. And I asked you this question at the office. What does it hurt the county to have 2 financial advisors? Because they were close in score.
They were the top 2 were fairly close in score, yes. It doesn't hurt the county. The county does not, Tarrant County in particular, does not issue the same amount of bonds as some of the other counties who might have 2. It's called the co-financial model. So there's no harm in it. There isn't a lot of money to be shared amongst the 2 firms.
Okay. And I think you actually get two sets of ideas for the price of one, and you only pay them when you close, correct?
They're only paid through when the bonds are issued, or
All right.
when there's some other negotiated fee for services that they're providing.
So you don't rack up two bills.
There would be negotiations with both firms, and the split would be determined amongst those firms during negotiations.
Okay, because I checked around, you know, we always check around. And so the state of Texas, for example, has 3 financial advisory firms. They decide and select which one to use for which project. The city of Dallas has 2. They have these top 2 on our list. They have Hilltop and they have PFM Financial. And so Hilltop does Dallas's water, sewer, K. Bailey Hutchinson Convention Center, and PFM Financial does their general obligation bonds. And from what I can tell, we have no big strategic initiatives, do we, on the finance side right now?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, I think we're, even based on the cash spent on our transportation bonds on where we're at, I don't even think we're looking at issuing debt until probably sometime next year.
Okay.
Because we have cash funds available, and to Megan's point, the county historically, and at least projected right now, is we don't have the number of debt issuances that a lot of cities have and things like that, which is why the request was for 1. But certainly if the court is interested in us talking to the top 2 in a co-financial model, we could certainly do that if that's the will of the court.
I saw that other counties and entities do it, and we're not doing a whole bunch right now. And we're talking about a 5-year term. If we're going to go that long, I'd like to have 2. But that's just a thought I had.
We talked to Harris, Dallas, El Paso, Bayer, and Travis. Out of those 5, 2 have this model, and that would be Travis and Bayer. They issue a lot of debt. Bayer, I think, is about to do a moratorium on their debt issuances. So we just don't have the amount of issuances that other people have. We also spoke with the city of Fort Worth. They have the co-model. They issue a lot of debt. So it's the court's, decision on whether or not we go with the co-route or whether or not we just begin negotiations with just the one. And we would bring that contract back through court for consideration.
Yeah, well, it was just an idea. I don't know if they might be interested, but if there's no urgency, I would like to table it, and that's me. We'll vote up here.
Sure.
And maybe meet with us again. And I think you just told us it's no big deal, but
Sure.
I'd like to table it. Should I make a motion, or y'all? Was there a motion made already?
There has not been a motion, no. Go ahead.
I would like to see during the contract negotiation that there be some negotiation about participation with MWBEV firms as part of the negotiation of the contract.
All right, so I will make a motion that we authorize you to start negotiating with Hilltop Securities.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next up, take a look, Commissioners, at items L4 through 11. Anybody have any questions on 4 through 11? All right, if there are no questions, I would move to approve items L4 through 11 as requested.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Brings us to item 12. L12, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. We are holding that until after executive session, but we do have two people signed up to speak to that item. First, commissioners, no, I guess if we're holding it, we don't really do that. So, first speaker is Sean Crane. Second speaker is John Logan.
Hello, and thank you. My name is John Logan. I'm the founder and CEO of Smart Communications. In most disputes, I think it's understood that usually there's a left side and a right side, and usually just better communication solves the problem. I think that is really the case here. But nevertheless, I want you to be fully informed of the issues from our standpoint so that you can make a proper decision. We had contract to install the phone and inmate tablet system in the Tarrant County Jail facilities. We started on that project in December. There was a walkthrough of 23, and direction was given by Chief Eckert at this time to use the existing tablet infrastructure and not to install the Cold Springs facility that is vacant and needs roof repairs. This is a key issue in this whole problem. At the end of January's go-live, completion was established for April. So the timeline was set for April, the end of April. In March, Smart Us was notified that we're not allowed to use...
Excuse me, are we talking 2023?
2024, in March of this year.
This year.
Yes, sorry, sir. March of this year, Smart was not allowed to use the existing tablet infrastructure, even though we're replacing the existing vendor, as we were told before. So in March, we made a proposal, the end of March, we made a proposal to have both vendors use the existing infrastructure, and the Tarrant County procurement purchasing was involved in these communications, as well as jail staff. In fact, Elaine Johnson from Tarrant County Procurement responded with, "This is great." By April, Keefe, the other vendor, had rejected our proposal to work together, so we then volunteered to install our own complete network throughout all the jail facilities and have spent over $2 million installing this project. And a new project completion date was then set because the change of work scope had changed. A new completion date was set for June 26th for phones and July 17th for tablets. On June 22nd, Smart had completed 100% of the phone installation at all occupied jail facilities 4 days ahead of the timeline schedule. No go-live, however, was given. Instead, a new request was made that phones must now be installed at the vacant Cold Springs jail facility that we were previously told by Chief Eckert not to touch that facility, as we do not use it and it's unoccupied and needs roof repairs. Smart immediately overnighted the equipment to Cold Springs facility and completed that phone installation within 4 days and was done by June 28th with the expectation to go live on the phones.
Yeah, so one moment here. This is a vendor. This is not exactly a public speaker. So if y'all, I don't want you to sit there and do this for 15 minutes, but with no objection, I'm going to allow them to continue since you're not exactly a public commenter. So,
You're
Thank you.
compelling story.
It is quite important, I think, for the whole county. So Smart immediately overnighted the equipment and we installed in the Cold Springs facility within 4 days. However, no go-live was given by the agency to turn our system on. A new request was then made. Smart must order a circuit for the vacant facility, an internet circuit, so that we could have internet circuit at the vacant facility. Smart did that on the same day and provided proof on the same day that the internet circuit was on order. However, no go-live was given at that time either. And on July 15th, so just a few weeks ago, we gave more documentation to Captain Renner that Smart again asked to take the phone system live, as it has been now completed for over 2 weeks. However, no go-live was given. On July 17th, Lisa Eddy at Smart reached out to Elaine Johnson in purchasing and asked for assistance/advice on being allowed to turn the phone system on since it was completely installed. In fact, every phone call that is going out today is on hardware that we have paid for and physically installed throughout this entire facilities. Ms. Johnson replied that you need to speak with Captain Renner on our weekly call the following day. However, the following day, on July 18th, Captain Renner emailed us canceling the meeting. On July 18th, Smart employees were pulled off the project due to an electrical problem at the facility and said we can return in 10 days on July 29th to resume the project. On July 26th, Smart reached out to Captain Renner and asked for permission to Smart employees to resume the installation of the tablet system that is nearly complete. Captain Renner replied with one sentence, "No, we are not ready to resume." On July 29th, Smart was then sent a termination notice for lack of performance. On July 29th, I reached out to purchasing and offered to come and have an in-person meeting to meet and discuss and resolve any and all issues. However, no meeting was currently accepted. On Friday, a meeting was finally given, this last Friday, to meet with us and discuss any and all issues. We met and discussed any and all issues, and we agreed that there was a detailed timeline. We gave them Monday morning, that we wanted to ensure it met all their expectations. However, no feedback, no response has been given to Smart. I want to just review a couple of quick, that's the timeline to today. I want to review a couple of quick benefits and why this is a huge deal to Tarrant County and its residents. There's a huge cost savings of 90% to the residents of Tarrant County to communicate with inmates in your jail facilities when you switch to Smart Communications. That was our contract. It is 90% lower cost to the families than currently being issued today. And
what is being issued today?
I think it's 10 cents a minute. We're at 1 penny a minute for phone calls. In addition to that, we also guaranteed 3 times more money to Tarrant County Commission. So we would pay between now and we would pay $8 million between this year and next year, guaranteed to Tarrant County. If you cancel this contract today, the FCC on July 18th changed the laws. Commissions are no longer legal. We're grandfathered in with an existing contract, which means Tarrant County is going to get an additional $8 million with this contract. If you cancel this contract, any new contract, commissions will be outlawed starting this January 1st, where if it continues with us, it's January of 2026. So it's an $8 million difference in the benefit of Tarrant County. In addition to that, and perhaps one of the biggest issues, is drugs coming into the facility. We have patented technology, and that was one of the reasons we were chosen, that eliminates one of the major sources of drugs coming into the facility. And this will prevent litigation and deaths to the agency and protect the staff from not having to handle drugs coming through postal mail because our company handles it directly. We have over 9 months invested by both Tarrant County and us, and we are literally days away from completion. And it's less work for staff. We also service Denton, Brazos, Bell, many other agencies in Texas with great references.
I think we got it. Anything else?
Just appreciate your time, and I think of Texas as a state of honor, and I just wish that we could honor our existing terms of our contract.
Thank you. Who is John Logan?
That's me.
You're John. Who's Sean? So are you going to say something different than what he said?
Just briefly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time this morning. As relayed by Mr. Logan, Smart CEO and owner, Smart has been engaged with the county and facility personnel to discuss all issues related to Smart's installation with the expectation that those concerns can be addressed promptly. However, to the extent there's a termination or an attempt to terminate the master services agreement today, we'd like to raise potential contractual breaches under the agreement. And so to supplement the record, I do have copies of Mr. David Gann's response to the purported termination notice.
You give it to him? Right there to your right? There you go.
And I can briefly summarize that now. So the MSA, which is the agreement between the county and Smart, is clear as to what must happen before any termination may occur. So the purpose of this provision, which SMART specifically negotiated, was to ensure appropriate stakeholders at SMART were provided fair notice and an opportunity to address them. So unfortunately, the county's notice letter, which was sent on July 29th, does not do that. So first, the notice must afford SMART an opportunity to cure, and this is in relation to that Section 10 of the MSA, which establishes a 30-day cure period. Unless 30 days is not reasonable, then it shall be extended provided the allegedly defaulting party has made good faith efforts to a cure. The letter, the July 29th notice of termination letter, does not contemplate any right to cure and implies instead that no such right exists. Second, the party alleging a default must provide written notice specifically describing the nature of the default and clearly notifying the defaulting party that the written notice is being provided to pursuant to Section 10. Again, the county's July 29th letter does not do that. Rather than reference any part of the MSA, it references an RFP and then suggests in a vague and general way that there have been persistent failures in a handful of curable areas.
Is everything you're describing there in that letter you just gave him?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to review the letter and obviously go over it with our lawyers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, third, the final point that I'd like to raise is that the notice must arise from an actual and substantive default that is material to the implementation of the agreement. And while it's difficult to ascertain from the description what those alleged defaults are, it does not appear that any of the persistent failures constitutes a default. And with that, I'd like to close by saying at this point, SMART has invested over $2 million in reliance on the express and enumerated promises by the county contained in the MSA. And compliance with those contractual terms are key to ensure that the parties can rely on those expectations that are distilled to an agreed upon writing. SMART has complied with its contractual provisions, and it has stood and continues to stand ready and willing, able to complete implementation to take its services live. Thank you.
Thank you. So in case you weren't here or didn't hear, so we're going to be briefed on this in executive session and may or may not come back after executive session and take action.
Okay.
Contrary to popular opinion, sometimes nobody knows here what's about to happen, so we're going to get briefed. We may take action, we may not take action, and I can't tell you how long executive session will be. It could be an hour, it could be 4 hours, it could be 30 minutes. We'll have that executive session. As soon as that's over, we come back out here and address anything we haven't addressed before. That's as much info as I can give you. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, next we have, so we're holding that again. Now we have item 13, which is purchasing of police package Chevrolet Tahoe's Sheriff's Office.
This is just an approval for a change order.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I'll say I appreciate purchasing's diligence and making sure that we got this done. I mean, there were vehicles that were funded 2 to 3 years ago that weren't able to be purchased because they weren't on the street, but I know y'all have worked hard to get up to speed with Fleet and everybody else, so I appreciate that.
I'd like to add one comment to that, if I may. In addition to purchasing, certainly our fleet staff, our transportation staff, and admin have been very proactive in trying to make this happen. Not only is it 6 more vehicles than we originally anticipated, it's actually a $250,000 savings from what the original package was. So we're getting more vehicles for cheaper. So I think that's good. And the last thing I'll say is from a police patrol package standpoint, we believe that not only will this allow us to catch up on all past vehicles identified for replacement, we actually believe we'll be able to proactively replace vehicles for fiscal 25 with this purchase.
We should also compliment Ken Dean, who I think did quite a bit of work to go make that happen. So, all right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next up is item 14, permission to take bids on RFPs.
Second.
We have a motion to second on item 14. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, now we move to, do we have something on that? So F1 will be held until after closed. business? Okay, so now we move to appointments for various boards.
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Did I miss something?
P1, I believe we have an audience participation on that one.
Where the heck is P1?
That's under transportation
Oh,
services,
that's,
sir.
oh, we do have that. Okay, so we have two speakers on P1. We're not going to take any action now. We may or may not take action when we get out of executive session. And for P1, I have who? Steve Smith and Michelle Kennedy. You don't look like a Steve Smith, but
Steve is with me.
okay.
In the back. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning. Unfortunately, I am here to oppose the action recommended on this item. Trinity Habitat for Humanity has been working with Precinct 2 staff since 2021 at the recommendation of the City of Mansfield to acquire this property. We had our first conversation in September with Commissioner Devin Allen, who was the previous commissioner in Precinct 2, on September the 17th, 2021, regarding our interest in acquisition of this property on South 2nd. On October the 1st, 2021, Marvin Reyes, Commissioner Allen's director, sent us information on the property. We had additional conversation regarding market analysis that Mr. Reyes sent us on November the 15th, 2021, so we could begin considering an offer for the property. We had a meeting on September the 1st, 2022, press forward. Myself, Gay Jaeger, our CEO, Christine Panagopoulos, our COO, along with Commissioner Allen and her staff, some of her staff, and she stated she was trying to make the purchase happen before leaving office, if at all possible. But if she was not able to do so, she would leave the information for new staff so that they would be aware of the history of the conversations that had taken place. On April 21st, 2023, Gay Jaeger, our CEO, reached out to Commissioner Simmons' office to set up a meeting with the new staff. And she recommended we meet with Christy Harrison, Precinct Administrator, and Gabe Rivas, the Community Outreach Director. That meeting took place on May 11th, 2023. We reached back out after the meeting on June 6th for an update following our meeting. Christy Harrison replied on July 7th, 2023, saying that she would get back to us about what decision had been made regarding our offer. I will note, at that point, based on market analysis, we offered $250,000 for the property in question. Again, that was in 2023, in the spring, in July of 2023. On July 19th, we reached out for another update. We didn't get any response from Precinct 2 until November the 8th, 2023, when Nathan Smith, the Community Outreach Coordinator, attended a Habitat event and requested more information about our intent from the property. Christine Panagopoulos responded the same day with a presentation explaining Habitat and our work and what our intent was for the 2nd Street property. On January the 5th, Nathan Smith requested more information, and his questions were answered that was January 5th, 2024.
Thank you. Your time is up.
I apologize. Okay. I have extensive notes.
Thank you. You can pass something you want right there.
Okay.
Your time to speak is up.
Thank
Mr.
you
Smith?
so much.
Hello, I'm Steve Smith. I'm the Land Development and Real Estate Director for Trinity Habitat for Humanity. Here asking that the court consider our offer to purchase this property on 2nd Avenue in Mansfield. Just to follow up with what Michelle was saying, I came on board here with Trinity Habitat in February of this year and have been in communications with staff from Precinct 2 about our proposed development of the property for affordable housing. We have, at their suggestion, we've spoken to the development, I spoke personally with the development director with the city of Mansfield about the project, and he gave some great feedback, and so our current proposal for this project would be 44 townhomes. all single-family, all to be purchased by the owner. Again, Trinity Habitat, that's our job is to provide affordable home ownership to the public. And based upon that, we've made an offer now of $310,000 to purchase this property. We believe we've got a great track record in providing affordable housing through the Tarrant County and other adjacent areas. And we would ask that you consider our offer in deciding, in making your decision about selling the county property on 2nd Avenue. And I'm here for any questions if you have any.
All right, thank you. Okay, that item will be held pending closed session. We now come to appointments to various boards. I would like to make a motion to appoint Andrew L. Wamsgans to the North Texas Tollway Authority Board of Directors. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously, or 3-2, my apologies. Next up, we have a briefing item, discussion on the current Tarrant County Sheriff's Office standard operating procedures. What are we doing there?
Just one comment. I received an email about 9:30 this morning from the Sheriff's Office, so I was just going to read it into the record really quick. So it's good morning. Our office is going to respectfully decline the public briefing regarding Tarrant County Sheriff's Office standard operating procedures. The TCSO is heavily mandated by rules and regulations, not only by internal policies, but also the state of Texas. At this time, the Sheriff's Office is following guidelines of SOPs, the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement, the Texas Commission on Jail Standards, the Texas Government Code, the Texas Occupation Code, the Code of Criminal Procedures, and various Tarrant County policies. Public discussion of our policies and processes would not be productive or practical. Thank you.
All right, comments, questions?
I've got a comment. They're following a set of standard operating procedures. Where they came from, whether it's internal or state of Texas procedures, is irrelevant. We deserve as a body the right to be briefed on what they are. And I don't think that the sheriff should be deciding for this court what we can hear and what we can't hear.
Thank you. Thank you, Chandler. Once again, you are caught in an unfair position trying to update us on something that doesn't fall under your purview and for which you don't have a lot of knowledge. As before, other times it should be the sheriff or someone from Tarrant County Sheriff's Office here to brief us on this. I hope the sheriff will watch this and get back to me or us with some answers. I do have some questions for him, so I'm going to ask them in his absence. Since Sheriff Wayborn, since you've assumed office, have you or anyone on your staff conducted a comprehensive review and update of Tarrant County Sheriff's Office's standard operating procedures? It is my understanding that it is customarily performed in the first 30 days that a new sheriff takes office, and updated continuously throughout the years as new needs arise or points of clarification in practices are identified. So that's one question. Sheriff Wayborn, since you've assumed office, have employees in the sheriff's office requested updated SOPs? My next question. If a comprehensive review or update was conducted, when was this completed? And what measures were taken to ensure that updated SOPs were disseminated to all employees, understood, and implemented. Sheriff, if an update or draft was completed, did it contain revisions or new recommendations for use of force procedures throughout the sheriff's office? If there are no drafts or updates, what is the justification for not updating use of force procedures given the changes that have occurred in law enforcement practices in these areas, particularly since George Floyd's killing in 2020? Next question. If a use of force section was updated, did it include a duty to intercede by other officers on scene if they observed misconduct or inappropriate use of force? Sheriff Wayborn, did any potential drafts or updates during your time in office include specific procedures for officers to take when someone exhibits signs of excited delirium or has been rendered unconscious? Those are my questions. I would greatly appreciate it if the sheriff's office and the sheriff would provide answers to me and to all of us, and also provide a copy of current SOPs. I've not asked that SOPs be distributed publicly. I am a duly elected officer, county commissioner here in this county. And you know, Sheriff, I have acted as just a regular citizen because I can't email you and get these SOPs. I've submitted formal open records requests for all current, in effect, SOPs for the sheriff's office back in July. I also asked our county administrator a couple of meetings ago to get them for me. I have still yet to have them provided to me. I believe that requesting something as simple as the Sheriff's Department's SOPs for how this sheriff's office operates is very appropriate for me in this role as county commissioner. And it's my understanding from reading press stories that some members of the press seem to have acquired them. And that was despite apparently having their open records request denied by the sheriff's office. The press is not my concern. I am here to serve. I would love to see what our SOPs across the sheriff's department contain for internal review. Required by law or not, I do not want to take a moment. I do want to take a moment and note how abnormal this is. In my past roles, I've dealt with numerous law enforcement entities professionally. I've been in public safety communications for 21 years. And as a private citizen, numerous times I simply asked for and was given standard operating procedures. So in none of those cases were there vague statements about items being too sensitive to release. In fact, I just presume that any of those elements would have been preemptively removed or stricken. So when we're talking about general SOPs for an entire law enforcement agency, most of the content deals with relatively banal items like reporting requirements, following shifts, or even vacation bid policies. And yes, there were elements dealing with aspects like general use of force guidelines. But even there, the SOPs didn't contain any great revelations that would allow a dangerous suspect being apprehended to gain some kind of upper hand on law enforcement. I presume that is why those law enforcement agencies were totally comfortable in giving them to me as an NAACP president. Unfortunately, that's not what we're seeing with this sheriff's office here. I guess unwritten policy seems to be don't ever release anything, even to county commissioners. So I find that the lack of transparency deeply, deeply problematic. And I also feel that it is revealing of this organizational culture in the sheriff's department. That's it.
All right, any other comments from commissioners?
I would say that I agree with Commissioner Simmons that widely, industry-wide, in law enforcement, general orders, certain SOPs, not necessarily unit-specific, but general orders, are publicly available. A lot of them are published on websites. Now, I'm under no illusion. I know we don't control the sheriff's policies. We don't set them. The sheriff's an independently elected official. But I do think in this instance, radical transparency is probably the best policy. So I would love to see the general orders published. I'd love to see, just like we had the inmate dashboard that we got put in place. That was on citizen request. They wanted to see how many folks were in custody at any given time. That took an IT solution, but we got it done. I don't think there's anything now obviously if there is sensitive information, if there's security concerns, then I do agree. But certainly I hope we can move towards that direction in getting any Tarrant County policy published online so the public can see it. So
Thank you.
I agree with you.
All right, any other comments? All right, we do have some speakers on this item. First is Julie Griffin, then Bishop Kirkland.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Our information out here in the public sphere about the jail policies and procedures on just about everything is that we are in the dark, and it is intended that we stay that way. The press unearthed a 15-year-old set of procedures which reportedly have never been updated. As a concerned citizen, I have filed Public Information Act requests for jail information and been met with denials for the most part. Specifically, though, for the jail's restraint policies and procedures that I requested, the request was completely denied. Current status of that request is this: the AG has partially supported and partially rejected the criminal district attorney's position and instructed the criminal district attorney's office to provide me the information cited. The information has still not been provided, even though the AG's instruction was given more than 10 days ago. I appreciate this effort at a briefing. Thanks to Commissioner Simmons for requesting it. Unfortunately, we are not receiving the briefing. Clearly written, publicly available procedures and policies should be readily accessible by the public. When one of our number requested the same restraint policies information from Dallas County, they were quickly provided, no questions. There is no reason to shroud in secrecy written policies under which this jail is governed. With all of the deaths and failures at medical and mental health care in these last few years, I feel compelled to conclude the jail has no written policies. The reason being it does not want to be pinned down to actually following any. That is lawlessness and an abject failure of professionalization and leadership. I would highly recommend that our jail follow the mandates of the legislature and adopt at a minimum the enumerated policies on training for jailers dealing with IDD persons, medical and psychological examinations of licensees, and the model policies on duty to intervene and duty to report, use of excessive force, prohibition against chokeholds, duty to render aid, and body-worn cameras, and to provide these that are actually used to us, the public. Certainly to provide it to our governing bodies and commissioners that request them, if for any legitimate reason they are being denied to the public at large. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Bishop Kirkland, we have Nan Terry.
I don't blame the sheriff for not coming today. I wouldn't come either. If I could get any and everything I wanted from you people, you keep writing him checks the way you write him checks, I wouldn't be accountable either. I wouldn't come and sit here and hold my feet to the fire if I could get everything that I wanted with zero accountability. If this administration has a current SOP, it is neither, it's eccentric, fraudulent, or grievously felonious, or ignored completely. How can we explain the deaths of so many inmates and he won't even deliver a standard operational procedures? I would be outraged as a commissioner, and I had to write a check for an elevator or new SUVs, but he can't come talk to me. I find that appalling. The obvious ideology of the current SOP is if it doesn't matter about the people who are housed in the Tarrant County Jail. So what? If one dies or 70 dies, all is well, because we don't have to be accountable to anyone. No more Plan Bs. We know what Plan Bs are. Whenever we're caught with our hands in the cookie jar, we just simply figure out a way to fix it up by using the term ongoing investigation, or no one has jurisdiction over the sheriff. In fact, even this horse and pony show needs an SOP. We can clap for all the awards, we can clap for whatever takes place, but when citizens make a valid point, they're thrown out of here for clapping. Mr. Ramirez, you are a longtime law enforcement personnel. You know some of the information you and I, being a retired Marine, is sensitive. But standard intake and guidance of how our jail, it's not his jail. This is not the Wild Wild West. And this man acts as if this town belongs to him. And I understand he's an elected official and you have no authority over him personally. You got the power of the pen. You hold the checkbook in your hand. And if you stop giving him what he needs to make him bring his penny behind in this courtroom and look at each one of you and give you a valid answer for a valid question.
Our next speaker is Nan Terry. Following Ms. Terry is Geraldine Jackie Fox.
Good morning. As mentioned earlier, KERA on July 1st had a story titled Tarrant County's Restraint Policies Are More Than 15 Years Old. Experts say that's a problem. As you know, KERA, along with several others, requested a copy of the office's use of force policy in June. The criminal district attorney, Phil Sorrells, appealed to the Texas Attorney General, arguing that documents should be withheld from the public because they relate to security protocols in the jail. KRA, as you mentioned, obtained the documents in another way. As Julie mentioned, Dallas County provided the protocols for chemical and physical restraints when requested. We used the same language that we asked Tarrant County. Tarrant County said no. Dallas County said yes. The security argument is a little odd if Dallas County can release it and take out there was no security references in Dallas County's. I haven't heard of any riots or serious disturbances in either jail, and I wonder who really thinks the majority of inmates are going to say, you can't arrest me yet, I haven't read the jail's physical and chemical restraint policies. But I wasn't surprised that Tarrant County denied the request. Several months ago, there was a discussion on the commissary fund in the jail. So we sent an open records request to Denton, Collin, and Tarrant County. Same questions. Denton and Collin County provided the answers to most of our questions by just supplying a price list from the commissary fund. Tarrant County replied, "Dear requester, Tarrant County Sheriff Office has received your request and it has been completed. The Texas Public Information Act is triggered when a person submits a written request to a governmental body. The request must ask for records or information already in existence. The act does not require a governmental body to create new information, to do legal research, or to answer questions. Thank you. That's kind of consistent with Tarrant County. Perhaps we should have refiled and asked for a commissary price list, but if Denton and Collin County can determine how to provide us the information we requested, why can't Tarrant County? One last item. I know Judge O'Hare and Commissioner Ramirez have said that a new training center will help with recruitment. I've been an employee that I officed in a brand new building, and I've been an employee when I had brand new policies during my career. And as an employee, I was much happier with the brand new policies and not the new building. New policies, updated policies, protect employees, inmates, and the taxpayers of Tarrant County. Let's update our policies. Let's see our policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Cox, we have Janelle Johnson.
Thank you. The policies that have been most needed, apparently, the policies that should have prevented deaths by positional asphyxiation and pepper spray in the face, are supposed to be in place at the sheriff's office because the legislature demanded that the Jail Standards Commission develop training on those matters and that the training be given in the jails. The Texas Commission on Law Enforcement Standards doesn't keep the records, but they publish information about the standards that were developed. These are not state secrets, but they're at the heart of litigation, and it's the failure to implement those policies correctly and safely that is causing repeated deaths in the jail. Does my sheriff live under a basket? He's up for re-election. He needs to get every person in that jail trained. You do not put people on their face with handcuffs on their wrists behind their back and send some fat boy up there to put his knee on the middle of the back. He's going to die. That happened. That's happened more than once. What's wrong with what's going on at the jail? You can hide. You can say, oh, litigation pending. We aren't going to release the policies. But you're not going to stop the deaths. Stopping the deaths is what's going to protect you against more lawsuits. Please convey this message. Sheriff, I hope you're listening.
Ms. Johnson.
To the residents of Tarrant County, this is why the sheriff won't release that tape. That tape will show you the 15 years of policy that everybody has been promoting, has been giving well wishes, and has been proud of. That 15-minute tape shows you exactly what the sheriff represents. The torture of my brother shows you the 15-year policy that everybody has been voted on, everybody has agreed on. And now that somebody like me is here to show you, is here to represent that this is what you guys are proud of, now he wants to hide and now he wants to get away. Now, Tarrant County residents, now you're going to be paying for their attorneys of the people who murdered my brother. That's who Tarrant County represents. All the way up until he goes to the Attorney General. Because he wants to save his seat in November. Because guess what? If the Tarrant County residents see that 15-minute video, everything will turn automatically. Because everybody won't just see my brother, won't just see him getting tortured. They will see a Marine asking for help. They will see a son pleading for his life. That's who you will see. And the fact that your own sheriff, the judge, even my own precinct member, is not holding up that sheriff accountability. But some people up here, they know when it comes down to dollars how to lose it. So Some people up here knows how to take up dollars and use it in lawsuits. And now Tarrant County, they want you to be a part of that. Because that's exactly what's going to happen. I do not care with Attorney General, with O'Hare, with any SOPs that has been done since I graduated high school. That video's going to show it. Because no matter what, you guys going to get held accountable for it. Tarrant County will be the county that represents death. Y'all need to be the county that holds people accountable for everybody. That's why they won't show it. That's why he hasn't been here since April.
All right, Commissioners Court announcements, comments. Anybody have any announcements or comments? All right, seeing none, we now move to public comments. First up, we have April Moore. Followed by April Moore, we have Kathy Arocha.
Good morning, Commissioners Court. Good morning, neighbors. My name is April Moore, and I'm an Air Force veteran with over 2 decades experience in procurement and also a resident of Arlington. Often the most challenging aspect of conflict is to communicate objectively without emotional influence. Today, I am making a concerted effort to do so. Commissioner Simmons, since taking office, you have executed an agenda to identify and challenge every action you perceive to be rooted in racial discrimination in an effort to decrease the percentage of incidents, and rightfully so. However, the manner in which you have approached this effort has continuously fractured our county. I'm seeking a deeper understanding for an incident you categorize as discriminatory and the corresponding withdrawal of Kennedale's funding. Having ran for Arlington School Board, I am aware firsthand of how comments can be taken out of context when it comes to the media. So I would like to ask, is there a reason that the funding was pulled from Kennedale? Generally speaking, I believe that agenda item deliberations occur in the public eye, and if funding dries up, proactive notifications and adaptive strategies surface so that we can refocus our efforts and revise an approved schedule. However, removing an item from an agenda awaiting final signature after years of development is inappropriate. During my 4-year residency in Miralagos, I frequently navigated through Mansfield and utilized the back roads in Kennedale to circumvent congested traffic areas, which collectively impacts us all. When we elected you to office, we expected you to be effective and efficient. Even if you have evidence of discrimination in what could appear to be a personal vendetta, it is inappropriate to have that situation influence your decision as a county representative. The lack of funding negatively impacts not only community residents of Kennedale, but also surrounding cities. I hope my tone is perceived as sincere and collaborative rather than adversarial, as we need to act in the best interests of Tarrant County residents. I think it's great that you will host a roads project for all cities within Precinct 2. However, the Kennedale's roads project has been in the works, and $860,000 was earmarked by the former Precinct 2 Commissioner, Devin Allen. In line with our commitment to holding you to high standards and your promise on your website to be a trusted advocate, we look forward to having this topic reintroduced at next month's agenda. I'd also like to comment regarding the earlier approval of the JPS construction. I am aware, I've been in procurement for over 2 decades, and I know that if you have one vendor, it's over.
Thank you. Ms. Arocha is next. Following Ms. Arocha's Donna Collins.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Kathy Arocha. I reside in Precinct 2 and serve as the Tarrant County Education Division Lead for Citizens Defending Freedom, as well as Tarrant County Co-Director for Latinos United for Conservative Action. I want to address Commissioner Simmons' actions regarding the $1.2 million that was previously earmarked for the Kennedale City project, the roads project, excuse me. Commissioner Simmons' decision to pull back the funding was not based on any economic reasoning or funding shortfall. Instead, it was a personal vendetta stemming from an alleged discrimination incident. Her actions are disappointing and negatively impacting an entire community within Kennedale and surrounding cities. When Commissioner Simmons ran for this seat, she advocated to be a steward for taxpayers who deserve fiscally responsible leadership and claimed to be a trusted advocate across Tarrant County. Unfortunately, her actions to withdraw funding without any consideration of the residents that are affected by her decision demonstrates a failure in leadership. Commissioner Simmons, if you believe an individual in Kennedale has been subject to discriminatory practices, why would you then discriminate against the entire city in response? Commissioner Simmons is a public servant for all taxpayers and is accountable to her constituents who have elected her in office. This is a misuse of political power, and her actions have placed a hardship on the taxpayers of Kennedale and surrounding cities. Although I'm hopeful that Commissioner Simmons' upcoming roads project discussion will include all Precinct 2 cities, however, as mentioned, this funding was already previously earmarked and countless city employees' hours have been taken. Therefore, I urge Commissioner Simmons to reconsider her decision and release the funding to this community by adding it to next month's agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Following, is Ms. Collins here? Okay, you're up. Following Ms. Collins is Becky DeLon.
I just wanted to bring up something from an article I read yesterday in the Star Telegram, and it was about a youth advocacy program. Actually, there were 4 of them that had not received payment in 11 months. And
Are you Donna Collins?
No.
Okay. Is Donna Collins here? Okay, who are you?
Jane Collins. I'm
Jane
sorry.
Collins, okay.
Sorry. Okay. Anyway, so I wanted to bring up the article because I'm concerned about the young people, and the article talked about a 16-year-old young woman who had been raped at 13, and she was getting a lot of help from the youth advocacy program, and now she will have no one. And they described it as mistakes people make when they're, angry, and things that happen when you get raped at 13. So I think that we really should be, re-engaging that organization, even if they said something about systemic racism. That would be an opinion that different people might see differently, but that organization was doing a really fine job helping those youth that need help. And what I worry about is that we're going to be punitive as a society rather than supporting people so they can improve with counseling and advice at that. So I would really like to see us support those programs that have just been canceled. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. DeLon, are you present? Following Ms. DeLon is Reed Bills.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Judge O'Hare, it is not my intent to be critical, rather to respectfully offer my opposing viewpoint. I would like to address your vote to cancel Tarrant County's contract with youth advocate programs at the Juvenile Board meeting on July 17th. It has been reported you objected to a reference to systemic racism on their website. I believe your vote and your comments support systemic racism. and I'm advocating today against systemic racism in Tarrant County. 86% of the participants in youth advocacy programs for Tarrant County are children of color. 86%. To terminate this contract will inevitably result in probation violations, higher crime, and more children and adolescents in jail. Systemic racism is inherent in the school to prison pipeline, and juvenile detention is the first step onto that pipeline. Between October 2022 and June 2024, 90% of the participants in the programs were not adjudicated or convicted of a new charge while enrolled, and 100% stayed in school, graduated, or earned their GED. In short, can we agree youth advocacy programs is a proven program with evidence-based outcomes? That it will reduce juvenile incarceration? That it will keep children home with their families? Presently, there is no other program like it in Tarrant County. If you choose to abolish this program, you must utilize the county services that exist and are dedicated to pulling our children and young people out of the deplorable school to prison pipeline that is systemic racism, that denies our youth the opportunities to see another way to live, a road with a future for security and self-sustainability, to hope for another kind of life. I implore you to turn from your present position and allow the possibility for a new life for our youth who have made immature and bad choices. I beg you to honor your commitment to respect families, faith, and fight crime.
Thank you. Your time is up. Now we have read bills. Following read bills, we have Alan Lobaugh. Read bills present. No? All right, Alan Lobaugh. Following Alan Lobaugh is Sharon Hines.
Thank you. I'm Alan Lobaugh. I'm a resident of Fort Worth, Texas. I rise to echo what we've just heard and to invite the council to invite the Juvenile Justice Board to reconsider their decision and to encourage them to renew their contracts with the Tarrant County Advocacy Program. Recently, those contracts were not renewed because some people on that board took issue with the phrase systemic racism. I understand that we no longer have laws that specifically geared toward suppressing racial minorities. Those systems, and I use air quotes, are unconstitutional. And we have people like President Lincoln, President Lyndon Johnson, Representative John Lewis, and so many other people who have made it possible and passed legislation that makes our country a better place. We have better systems. However, we still have systems, and again I use air quotes, that are not lawful, but in some cases are written and are very real, that serve to make it difficult, if not impossible, for some people to have affordable housing, health care, or in this case, real help for the juveniles who cannot afford to bail out of our justice system. It feels punitive to cancel a contract just because we don't want to be reminded of a difficult truth. And no matter who picks up the pieces from that decision, people will lose their jobs, young people will fall through the cracks, and a model program that has been the model for several other communities in our nation will be stopped, all because people in our county who serve the rest of us were uncomfortable with the language. And echoing what we just heard, 86% of these young people who are served are people of color, which puts us now in the ironic position of being the poster child for systemic racism because we're living it. As county commissioners, I invite you to pass a motion to invite the Juvenile Justice Board to renew their contracts with CCAP. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Following Ms. Hines, we have Estella Williams.
Good morning, Judge O'Hara, Commissioners. I'm Sharon Hines. I'm here to take this opportunity to speak on behalf of the Juvenile Justice System, the YAP program. I was not able to pull up the white paper on the core principles for reducing recidivism, but I was able to take a look at the youth advocacy program policies and procedures, and their focus is to keep these kids in home and keep the families intact while trying to train them and redirect them. My question is, if this is indeed true that they use terms that were not appropriate, does it warrant removing a program that's valuable to at-risk children? Could the agency have not been reminded that the language is not acceptable? Could the agency have been retrained on the correct language in this program doctrine? Could the program wordings have been rewritten? Was the decision to reduce resources, reduce access to opportunities the only remedy for this matter? It also reduces jobs. I've served as a juvenile probation officer when I retired from the Air Force when I moved to Florida, and I've also served as a child advocate here in Tarrant County. Believe me, that program is an excellent program. I'm speaking from my military retired officer background. The youth advocacy program is vital, it's successful, and it warrants our attention and support. The program is vital to preventing overcrowding in the Tarrant County Jail and reduces the cost of incarceration. It is, I can't think of the word, it's unbelievable that we can use funding to prevent a program that helps at-risk children, but we can't use funding to coerce a sheriff to come before this commission. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Following Estella Williams, we have Geraldine Jackie Cox.
Judge O'Hara and Commissioners, systemic racism is real. We face it every day. Not because of color, it can be based on other issues as well. One thing we must realize is all children should be considered to be our children. Why? Because they will and they can provide such an impact on every person that's sitting in this room. An impact that would be positive or an impact that would be negative. Therefore, we must consider what investments that we're willing to make. We all are taxpayers, monies that are used to betterment our community and our society. What considerations are we willing to make to invest our children? Today, I am asking that a decision be made to invest in our children, to continue to be made to invest in our children, to consider the approval and continued approval of the youth advocacy programs and services. These programs and services have had a very impactful experience with a lot of our children. Many of them have moved on, they've graduated from college. They are actually positive citizens of this community. They're in programs where they've learned leadership skills, they've actually learned great social skills, and many of the children who have participated in programs are those that perhaps enter into this room, those who are entered into businesses, and they're walking in a life whereby they're making a positive impact on this nation, in this country, and in this county. Therefore, I am asking again that these youth advocacy programs and services be continued. I ask that the programs be continued because why? The things that they're learning, the things that they're doing, it's not because of the systemic racism that they're promoting, but it's because they're interested in trying to be viable citizens of this community, of our citizens of our nations. To terminate such programs and services certainly provides an open door for crime. Again, crime against each of us. We say those children, these are our children. They're going to impact us one way or the other. Because why? It's about survivor. They're going to try and survive one way or the other. If it means breaking into your home, entering into my home without a key, they're going to impact us one way or the other. Therefore, I'm saying, let us be true to the realization that it's not about systemic racism involving these children to be able to receive the services and the support that they're needing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Following Ms. Cox, we have Judy Russ.
Judge, once again, I'm the handout lady. I'd like to start
hand it
my
right
time
there.
until Mr.
Your time is going. You can go.
Look at it. Yes, look at it.
Well, I wanted to start with the last page of the handout, which is a trespass warning. It was delivered to Lon Burnham. Judge O'Hare, I think you will have seen it. You may
I did
not.
not see it.
Your name is on it.
Yeah.
The trespass warning says, Judge Tim O'Hare, Tarrant County Administration Building complainant, warned Lon Maxwell Burnham that a return to 100 East Weatherford Street, Fort Worth, would constitute an offense of criminal trespass. And it was signed by a deputy named Gallardo as witness. The offense of criminal trespass in Texas is codified at section 30.05 of the Penal Code, and it's a harsh statute. If you are on the property of another person and they say leave and you don't leave, they will call a sheriff or deputy or policeman and have that documented. And then if you come back there without any kind of trial or any kind of anything, you can be arrested for criminal trespass. That's not going to be great for your job record. It's not going to be great for your pocketbook, because a Class B misdemeanor is up to 180 days in jail and whatever injunctive relief a judge might decide, whatever fine a judge might impose. But it's kind of a cheap shot criminal action that leaves people exposed without having done anything except be someplace and have the owner of the property decide they don't want them there anymore and get them warned. I have a problem with having the county judge operate like the owner of private property. This is what I need to talk to you about, Judge O'Hare, because what the effect of this has been is that people are barred from exercising their constitutionally protected rights to come down to this chamber and speak to you on matters of public concern, and that's what the Constitution protects. It also protects the right to assemble in parks, and there's a censorship penalty for that built into some rules that I'll talk about on another day. But I want to talk to you a little about my most...
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, next we have Judy Russ. Following Judy, we have Carla Palomares.
Thank you, Your Honor, for having me today. I just want to speak briefly on a subject that has to deal with my son has been diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder. He been in hospital on multiple occasions. He got off his medications, and when he got off his medications, I noticed him to become his symptoms become severe. So I went to the Tarrant County Mental Health Warrant Office to get a warrant for him to be arrested so he can get his treatment that he needed. Well, at that time, the judge told me, the judge asked me, has he hurt me? I said no. Has he hurt anyone or himself? I said no. So he said he couldn't grant me the warrant. Well, shortly after that, my son got into an altercation where he fired a firearm at an officer. He was ran from the scene, shot in the back. So, make a long story short, my son is in the Tarrant County Jail, Lawrence 7. He still has his severe mental issues. The officers there are treating him different. They're not treating him as a mental health patient because of his offense. I understand that because his offense, they're afraid of him, I guess. He said that there's some there that's gotten to know him, that's treating him good now, because they see that he's not the person that he's been made out to be through the media and all that. But I just want to say that I wish there was something that could have been done before it got to that point. And now that he's in the Lon Evans, I wish there was somewhere, a different type of jail that could house a person that with mental illness, that could get the mental help that he needs, they need. Something other than just being locked up in Lon Evans where he can't communicate with people. When I go to visit him, I noticed that there's no improvement in his mental health because he can't communicate with people. He denied the phone. He denied showers. He doesn't get showers often because I'm not sure why. His commissary, sometimes he say they'll just skip him. They'll just keep walking by and won't even look at him. He said, officer, it depends on what officer it is, whether he get the phone or whether he get commissary. And I just don't feel like that he's getting the mental health treatment that he needs. And the Tarrant County Jail is not looking at people with mental illness like they should. And I don't have a 3-minute speech, but I just want.
Did you leave a note at my office this morning?
I did.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll do some checking into it and go find out some information. And if you put your phone number on that,
I did.
Okay. My office will call you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Following Ms. Palomares, we have Bishop Kirkland.
All right, I want to start off by addressing something shared at the previous Commissioners Court meeting, a statement presented as fact, but in fact not true, that all the individuals incarcerated at Garza County are currently convicted and serving a sentence. We know there are people there at Garza who are pre-trial. Only about 30 to 40% of the population there are considered as TDC ready, according to the jail dashboard. So I ask this court, specifically you, Judge, to stop pushing this falsehood because it diminishes the point that people shouldn't have been sent there in the first place and gives the impression that there's no priority or consideration seriously being given to bring them back here in a timely manner. Tarrant County can do better. And on that note, when is Sheriff Wayborn going to do better? When is this court going to do better? By demanding his resignation and the release of the full video of the incident that resulted in the death of Anthony Johnson Jr. Don't y'all have enough understanding of this situation we're in? If we ask ourselves, does the sheriff have a handle on this jail or does the sheriff not have a handle on this jail? Either way you look at it, what's true is he's a failure to the county and the people that he's serving. How does he not know harmful substances are being peddled by his staff? How does he not know corrupt individuals are taking advantage of incarcerated women and parents? And all y'all can sit up there and continue to protect him. He knows what's going on. Y'all know what's going on. And everyone is looking away. But if it was your loved ones in that jail being subject to the worst treatment of their lives, there's no way you'd sit and turn a blind eye. We can call it lack of staffing. We can call it outdated policies. We can call it missteps of JPS or MHMR. But you need to absolutely call it for what it is, which is intentional neglect by Sheriff Wayborn. Release the video now, and the full video now, and demand Sheriff Wayborn resign now. Thank you.
Following Bishop Kirkland, we have Catherine Godby.
Time to cool off some. I don't apologize. Like you, I too am an elected official to lead my congregation. At times, my antics down here may embarrass some of them to the point they want to terminate me. But I won't allow that to deter me from my stance for righteousness. As a bishop, I once oversaw 50 churches in the United States and 84 in West Africa. Now that number is 4 in the U.S. and 3 in West Africa. The reason being, I do not like lazy pastors who come into our village and treat it like the Asian corner store owner who comes in and take resources and never come back but for a 30-minute sermon on Sundays and an hour lecture on Wednesdays. When Dallas County had an issue with their juvenile detention, the commissioners, the judge of the commissioner court, joined with the city and said, we have a problem. Why can't our commissioners and our judge join with the citizenry and admit we have a problem? Thank you, Commissioners Brooks, Simmons, and Ramirez for saying without an SOP, we have a problem. I had the dreadful task of eulogizing Miss Chastity Bonner, to see the hurt in the eyes of her family and to know that no one has contacted Chastity's mom, Miss Braden, from the county or city is appalling. I know it's an ongoing litigation between her attorney and attorneys that represent our county. And I know that some things that we can say will be misleading and could be considered as an admission of guilt. But can we at least call and acknowledge their losses? One of my favorite, why is Anthony's family so angry? They're so angry because that person is their brother. That person is their son. One of my favorite movies is A Time to Kill with Samuel Jackson and Matthew McConaughey. Matthew McConaughey, in his closing argument, is brilliant. He says, I want you to close your eyes and imagine you see a little girl who's been beaten, who's been raped, who's been urinated on, and been hung in a tree left to die. He said, then I want you to imagine that she's white. I want you to close your eyes and imagine not only is she white, but she's your son. She's your daughter. She's your loved one. I want you to see them as human beings that are perished.
Thank you. Following Ms. Godby, we have Julie Griffin.
Judge O'Hare, thank you for offering to help the woman with her son in jail with the mental health problems. I hope we can extend that kind of help. I'm here actually to talk to you about the Juvenile Board and the decision to cancel the contract with Youth Advocate Programs. This program is on a DOJ website called the National Gang Center, listed under What Works. These services have reduced the number of youth in correction facilities with a 78% success rate. How great that such a Tarrant County program is being lifted up for the rest of the whole nation to emulate. According to news reports, we canceled because the website of this contractor mentioned things like systemic racism. To people, kind of like me, who are no longer walking the earth quite as asleep as we once were, those terms point to truths that carry goodness and a lot of wisdom, but they mean something different to you, something else. You don't like them. Well, we all have our views, and isn't that the beauty of living in America, where we're all allowed to have different views? It's just that when our views are partnered with such power with on-the-ground consequences for people's lives, as you have in abundance, Judge O'Hare, well, I'm trusting that you regularly take into account how such decisions can shatter hope and crush people's spirits. Now, the news reports led me to believe at first that the board provided no recourse, just left these young people high and dry, but I've learned that perhaps that's not accurate. Maybe some other group can step up, and I trust that you're working on that behind the scenes. Still, canceling this remarkably effective contractor, well, I'm thinking that young people for whom stability and trusted relationships with advocates in the community is so important, it could really harm them. And again, I'm hoping that you don't want to see them harmed like that, because as a Christian, you know that like all human beings, they bear the image of Christ within them, just like you do. Don't we want to use whatever power we have to help and not to harm? Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Griffin, we have Doreen Geiger.
Good afternoon. I'm here to request to renew the youth advocate programs. I practiced law for 13 years and then became a secondary school teacher here in Fort Worth ISD for 18, teaching students in middle school, J.P. Elder on the north side, and high school at Carter Riverside. The Juvenile Board canceling the contract for an organization that has provided services for troubled youth to Tarrant County since 1992 is a sad event in so many ways. Here are two. One, it cancels critically needed services to youth in our community who otherwise would be incarcerated. What does Youth Advocate Programs do? It provides mentorship and creative avenues away from drugs and gangs and gun violence. To eliminate such a program is just inconceivable when local governance goals are, one would hope, lowering criminality, keeping the community safe, lowering the jail population, and yes, providing meaningful activities and jail diversion avenues for young people. Incarceration is criminalization. Offering guidance and kinship and buy-in to family and community instead is what I think everyone in this room wants, do we not? Two, the reason given for canceling the contract is beyond understanding. That the National Parent Organization has wording on its website such as diversity initiatives and systemic racism. Are we now going to be afraid to declare diversity as a good in our society? Also, diversity is descriptive. We are diverse. Next, systemic racism. Could it not be that systemic racism just might be going on, that the black population of our county is 17%, but the deaths of black citizens in our county jail are at 43%? While one might personally disagree that there is systemic racism, does that give county officials the right to systematically demolish an effort that is unequivocally for the good of young people in our community? As another speaker said, there's no need to be punitive. This is much like the withdrawal of support from Girls Inc. for similarly specious reasons, something about girls learning how to advocate for social change on their website. That's not a good thing. As a teacher, I actively engaged with Girls Inc. representatives coming to my classroom to explain the program, and I encouraged our girls to participate. It provided mentorship, guidance, and community, and gave them a leg up to compete with more fortunate populations on the other side of town. Is that wrong? I also taught a pre-law class in middle school. One of my best moments was the mock trial student prosecutor inviting his probation officer and all his other teachers to come see him. He was so proud. Why would we take these things away from our precious young people? These children are so rich in possibility. Who would think detention at juvie, where criminalization is learned, is better than these creative bolsters for survival for our youth that we have provided through youth advocate programs for 30 years?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Following Ms. Geiger, we have Billy Wilson.
Television stations, channels 5 and 8, and KERA and Star Telegram reported that a woman and a man attempted to buy the babies of pregnant inmates in the Tarrant County Jail. These two people have been arrested for these crimes. These two have a long history of buying babies from other locations outside of Tarrant County and outside of Texas. These reports raise several questions. How did these two know which jail inmates were pregnant? Was someone working inside the jail giving names of pregnant inmates to these two? Can you ask a third party, perhaps the Texas Rangers, to investigate, to find out if someone working directly for the jail, JPS, MHMR, the commissary, or vendors was involved in giving the names of pregnant inmates to these people? As a former adoption counselor for Catholic Charities, I believe all female inmates should have access to a list of reputable licensed adoption agencies that they can contact for exploring adoption options for their babies. Please protect our inmates from being exploited by outsiders offering to buy their babies.
Following Mr. Wilson, we have Nan Terry.
Good afternoon, Billy Wilson, proud person from Precinct 2. Simple means innocent, modest, naive, maybe even stupid. Pernicious, it means deadly and wicked. DEI, for those who don't know, diversity, equity, and inclusion, implemented to address systemic racism. God warns us a bit about being simple, because even though it may be innocent and naive, it can also be pernicious. All men are created equal is an example of a simple concept, but history teaches us it was meant for white men, not women, not people of color. Due to pernicious individuals, our democracy has been infected by a racist worm that still feeds today. Due to this fact, we have taken direct action to make true the ideal of America. It is our black job. Ending slavery, beating back Jim and Jane Crow, civil rights, George Floyd Policing Act are just a few of the things that we have had to do to fight back. I am DEI. I started teaching at Pascal High School, who needed a black coach. Those kids hadn't won anything before I got there, but by their JV year, they won a district championship. I taught at John Tyler High School in Tyler, Texas, home of the Eagle Forum, someone that you guys might not be aware of. Because they put up candidates for school board who said that we as teachers were an affirmative action hire. They called our school a zoo, and they called our children monkeys. Even though that year I sent 1 to Notre Dame, 1 to University of Texas, and 2 to Rice, just out of my defensive backfield. They were qualified. But then they wanted to praise us and celebrate us when we won the state championship, beat Drew Brees and Westlake. Oh, then we were all great. We were qualified. In Arlington ISD, we're under pressure from EOC. A group of us were hired as administrators. My boss said to me, "Do you mind that I'm hiring you because you're a black man?" I said, "No, as long as I get paid the same as the whites." My achievements as an educator range from the local to the nationwide recognition for services done for my community. I say this not to brag, but to let you know this DEI person is qualified. I don't know for sure what your issue is with DEI. It may be a simple thing as you think it's hiring unqualified people, or it may be as pernicious as trying to defund programs that address the systemic racism in this county. Your decision-making on the Youth Advocate Program, your decision-making on Girls, Inc., without forethought of the damage that would be done, without being ready to have something already in its place, reeks of perniciousness. And when someone shows you who they are, believe them and vote accordingly.
Following Ms. Terry, we have Bob Willoughby.
Since the last Commissioners Court meeting, we've had about 29 negative media articles, primarily negative, about Tarrant County. And it may be true that it's the sheriff's decision to release the video of Anthony Johnson, but it makes the entire Tarrant County look bad. And I'm going to ask again for that full release of the Anthony Johnson video. I know the Attorney General has said Tarrant County doesn't have to release the video, but I don't have to open the door for somebody who's carrying a load of groceries. I don't have to say yes, sir, no, sir, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, thank you. I don't have to be polite. I don't have to do the right thing. But I do the right thing because it is the right thing to do. Sometimes we need to go above and beyond the minimum requirements to do the right thing. Releasing the full video is the right thing to do. You should encourage Sheriff Wayburn to do that. It begs the question, what are we trying to hide by not releasing the video? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Willoughby.
How you doing? My name's Bob Willoughby. Can you hear okay? Well, I got a call last week from my brother a few weeks ago. Sounds in the news again. I didn't know about it on Channel 13. They did a report when a person got banned from here, some kind of thing here I didn't know anything about. But anyway, when they mentioned that report, they were doing others. And I was banned from city council for about 3 months, about a year ago. Unjustified, 100%. No hearing, no side, nothing like that. Been proven. The problem here is the media, our local media. It shields crooked politicians like Mayor Matty Parker, Sheriff Rayborn, and others, mentioned all day long. The media don't give us the news we need. We can find out about a panda bear in a zoo, but you're not going to find out about free speech being taken away from city council. Fort Worth's the only one to have free speech. You do a good job. If anybody wants to know someone being treated bad, go to Matty Parker. You're talking about citizenship and all that being kicked out. But anyway, I want to get to the point because I kind of got off the reason I'm here. I'm not sure that this falls in your area or not. Over a year ago, I was banned from a community center, unjustifiably, by a police officer. This is proven 100%. But here's the problem. On that piece of paper, when I got that, it became more important about me being banned. There is no number to call to appeal. If the officer gives you a bad report, tough, you're guilty. There's no time limit on it. I'm banned for the rest of my life, criminally banned for the rest of my life in the community center, okay? Now, they'll tell you, people will say, yeah, it's a year. It's not in writing. It's not on there. Now, I don't know if you're the right party or not, but if someone could tell me who to go to because the, who's that over top for Shores or whatever, our, not district attorney, but our DA. He won't return calls or answer about it. Council won't return. Nobody will answer a question about this piece of paper I got that bans me from a community center. Okay? No one. And it's not written on there. Now, this is important to be changed for the future and for that. It's a very small thing, but it's important. It's not important as the deaths at the county, at the jail. That's more important than anything right now. So I hope that maybe, even though mine's not as important as that someone can tell me how can I get this paper and how can we get it rewritten where there is a number, because it condemns you without a due process. No due process. You're convicted automatically. And I don't know if that's the same one they got when they got appealed or here. I don't know what kind of trespassing or what. I think you're very fair. If people don't move when they're supposed to, they should be moved out. I don't think they should be banned for life or anything, okay? But nevertheless, the whole thing is the media is killing us. They won't report about crooked politicians. They protect them. They shield them. They shield Matty Parker, Channel 13, Star Telegram, Channel 8's on the side of my car right now. I had it professionally put on my car.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. All right, that's all the speakers we have signed up. Please remain seated and silent while I read the following. The Commissioners Court will now recess the open session and proceed to closed session to discuss items exempt under sections 551071, 072, 074, 076, 087, and 0725 of the Texas Government Code. We are now in recess. Anytime you buy a flight or use points on a flight, you take somebody with you, the only thing you pay is $11.20 in taxes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Now,
Unlimited, like anywhere you go?
anywhere you go. So we do it on credit cards through business or anything else. Well, we get two annually, one for me, one for Kristen. But so like for this Washington trip,
You taking the girls?
I'm taking Kristen.
Yeah.
Free,
But it's
got to
free.
pay my airfare. She comes for $11.20. I pay for that out of my pocket, right? I've got to get a hotel anyway. I've got to get a cab. I pay for our own meals. If you want to know how to do that, I'll walk you through how to do it.
Yeah, I've never
and
done
when
that.
they have a big bonus, buy the card. You got to hit like $6,000 in spending within like 90 days, and then you're basically almost there.
I've never done that.
Okay. All right, we ready? We on?
Ready. Good. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right, we are back from executive session. We do have several items to address. In order, I believe F1 and F2 are the first things from the regular agenda to address. Do we have any motion on either of those or both items?
Just a second, let me get there.
Here, I'll make one. I move that we approve both items F1 and F2, which is approving attorney employment agreements with outside counsel.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that one? All right, please cast your vote. All right, you're okay. That passes 4-1. Next item up is L12. L12 was, if I am not mistaken, the considering terminating the agreement with Smart Communications.
That's correct, sir.
Move to
And-
table.
Second.
Now, we have a motion and a second to table that item. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. And next up is item P1.
I move that we rescind court order number 142220 and approve the purchase and sale agreement with the Housing Channel.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on that item. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, it passes 4-1. I believe that's all we had on that to discuss after executive. And with that, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. We are now adjourned.